some experts.
Gee, I find that interesting. I mean...
Well, we'll have to see if we can get an explanation for what that's all about.
You want to talk to me, Lieutenant?
I had to go through the indignity of a manslaughter trial.
I didn't quite understand that last part.
I was wondering how you liked it.
Oh, well, it... Let's go straight to the source!
Action.
Whoa! The hot
Oh, beautiful, beautiful! Hey! Ready!
Alright, stream time. This is a stream on the internet. Do the gimmicks work? I think they do.
Thanks, Andy. Fandy.
Okay. I mean, this is the first kind of fixing director stream for a while. Truth be told, I've been kind of spoiled. Like, doing all the Fool's Errand stuff, like, that's... You don't have as much baggage. You don't have to think about regressions all the time. It's great. I love it. But if I don't get back into the swing of things, I'll just get rusty and never get back into it. So we gotta shape up. Excuse me. All right, let's get stream. Sick. Hi, how's it going? Actually, before we kick off, there is something which I've been meaning to fix about the stream for some time now. So look, we're going behind the curtain to start with, and that is the bingo card. Now, at some point in the past, I think that there's a Z layer. Like, all of this is like all of the overlay is done in HTML, and apparently at some point the bingo card layer got put behind something else. Because now if I were to say, if I go to the HUD and then I try and interact with it. So this is what I see when I try and interact with the bingo card. So Amusingly 90s works. This works. Okay, so I can't click on Jump Scare, or Bastard Hard, or Speaking Woman. Why are these three not activating? Clip art was very sketchy too. Bechdel pass works, but then you have to click on the very left-hand edge of clip art for it to activate. So there must be something invisible in the middle of the screen which I added to the overlay, which is causing it to not work. So I want to just, if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to quickly see if I can fix the bingo card, because I do kind of want the bingo card to be working. Okay, so get rid of it from here. So let me just open up my sacrificial Chromium instance. Incognito. Where did okay, I'm a stream tools are here. Okay, so this is the address of the overlay. So this is designed to run at a fixed resolution for the most part. So we're just going to look at a quick peek in Web Inspector. Actually, to start off with, we'll call the bingo command. That should open it up here. There's a WebSocket connection which gets sent to the bot service, which is listening to the chat, and then that relays that signal to the front end. Now, I can click on Bechdel pass. Right, and it works fine in here. That was the thing that kind of... Oh no, it doesn't work in here. Doesn't work everywhere in here. It only works... Yeah, like there's a weird dead zone for some of these. Ah, and there is an overlay. Okay. What is the overlay for? The outline... Okay. So there's bingo, countdown, away. Oh, I understand. Okay. I think, okay, this might actually be, because originally this wasn't all, like all the different screens were different apps or different kind of pieces of HTML, but I've since unified them all into one big collection of stuff. So I'm just going to quickly modify the source code. What was it? It was over. Yeah, okay, so it's the text that's meant to show up on the screen saying it's over, which happens at the end. Really? Oh, view. Okay. Yeah, okay, so... But the HUD always contains... these things. When in reality what we want is... we only want those containers to be on the screen if we're in the right scene. So if I were to look at like the code for the outro, yeah, okay. So we should only bother including the over block if the over property is set. Okay. Okay, so if we grab this and put this here. Okay. Oh, it might also be the countdown. Where is the countdown on the screen? Because I think the countdown should definitely only be shown if we're doing a count. Yeah, okay, so the countdown is also in the middle of the screen. So we want to get rid of that too. Okay, so we want to do if props.countdown. Okay, so that should be... So that should just not yeah, okay, so they're no longer being rendered on the screen, which should then fix the clickability of all of these. I may also change it so that you can't highlight the text, because that is slightly annoying thing about the bingo widget. Hey Ria Wishanaka, how's it going? We're just doing some behind the curtain maintenance work on the stream tech, which I've been putting off for like this would have started as soon as I moved to the new stream tech, so it would have been over a year now that the bingo would have been broken. Now what is the...
Good.
I love wine, yeah.
Everyone seems to be into wine
True.
these days.
Everyone seems to be into wine these days. I'm not into wine. I mean, yeah, it's a combination of I don't really appreciate the taste, and at my advanced age, I just have like terrible alcohol tolerance. I just get I get hungover like within the hour of drinking something, even if I've had like a full meal. So yeah, that kind of limits my enthusiasm for doing that. Cell inner. Okay, so we want there is a property which you can add to something, which means that it is no longer like text highlightable, which is what we want.
Favorite pastime, changing water into wine.
Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna look.
It's the Iron Chef! Sakai winning! 2 for 2 in dessert battles.
Spoilers. Okay, I'm going into the code that I'm using for the web patcher that I did for my TextMurphy, for the TextMurphy thing, and for the broken Monkey Island prototype. But I know in here that I have the magic CSS, which is what I want.
Grill it. Yeah, that sounds good.
So it's bamboo shoots with miso sandwiched by snapper.
Yes.
Okay, we want cursor pointer. Just so that I understand. And we want user select equals none. Okay. Wait, what? That's not allowed? Missing semicolon. What? Oh crap, what did I do there? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, we'll copy that in again. Okay. User select none cursor pointer. There we go. Okay, good. That should be all fixed then. We'll just double check that this is correct. Okay, we got the bingo up here. Alright. Dope. So bingo is now working. Alright, we'll just put this away for now. Hey, hi, how's it going? My name is Scott. This is a stream all about fixing things, mostly the tech behind the stream, but occasionally we treat ourselves and we fix ScummVM, an engine for running older games on new systems, and more specifically, fixing Macromedia Director, which has long since been killed by Adobe. It was, yeah, long since been killed by Adobe, unlike Flash, which still lived on for a period until Adobe turned on a... It was great. Like, all this week, they basically came out and said, you've got 1 year before we pull, you know, we have 1 year before we terminate access to the application and all your projects are unopenable. And then after some executives got shouted at on the phone, they turned on a 5-cent piece and they said, actually, no, we were mistaken. Actually, it's going to be available for a long time to come, and we promise that if we ever decide to get rid of it, which we won't, we're never going to get rid of Animate. We love Animate, but if we did, we'd make it available. We wouldn't like just turf you out on your ear with like 5 seconds notice. Anyway, and like the wording of their non-apology is also just kind of a bit like they're saying, we just want to clear up some confusion, which is technically true, but they caused it was not really confusion, first of all, it was more abject alarm, and secondly, they caused it by saying that they were gonna kill like Flash, which is in use by a lot of cartoon studios. So, yeah, it's great, you know, great moves all around from Adobe. Really doing wonders to kind of rehabilitate their image. It's also very funny that after seeing, possibly after seeing the Unity CEO get absolutely monstered by the public when he went on his apology tour about the pricing, they pushed out just an animation industry veteran that works for Adobe and said, hey, I'm you know me, I'm like your old friend from the Flash days, and I just want to tell you that Adobe has understood your problems and we're not going to do the thing we said we were going to do 5 minutes ago. That's like, okay, man. Okay. Ryu Shinaka says, Unity versus Adobe, who non-apologizes best, celebrity deathmatch, go. It's... You know what? Actually, I don't know who would win in that... I mean, I don't know who would win in that fight. I imagine it would probably be Adobe, but just because they, I think, are in a more stable revenue situation than Unity is at this point. Is Unity... Are they a public company? I can't remember if they're a public company. Any old way. Okay, so tonight, I mean, I'd completely forgotten everything I know about Director, as is the want. If I spend like more than a month away from doing this stuff, then it just kind of all becomes a blur. So I went into my collection of Director things, and I looked at the top. Okay, for some reason, pissed at the top. We're just gonna ignore that. But the next one underneath is this thing called INCARNATIA, which not gonna lie, looks incredible. Here's the manual. INCARNATIA playing manual by our good friends at Sony Records. So already this is exciting. Loads of grimy aesthetics here. I read on a website somewhere that apparently this is based on the works of Salvador Dali. We don't really see I don't think we see very much Dali adjacent material in the few, like, also this manual is mostly text and does not have any images, so we're gonna have to like curb our enthusiasm, but it does come on 2 whole CDs. Oh, they did IPO, okay. That kind of... Yeah, I thought they did, but it's difficult to keep track sometimes. So yeah, we have two whole CDs full of stuff. Already, I'm excited. I don't think... Okay, neither of them... They're both data only, so that's good news for us. What I think we'll do to start with is we'll just try and rip the contents of the CDs. So that we can merge them together. Because standard practice with ScummVM is that we recommend people just merge any multi-CD thing that they have, and then we have to support it. ScummVM, DevTools, Dumper Companion, ISO, INCARNATIA.1.ISO. Ooh. Okay, so apparently this CD is got Shift.js file names, which is good. Oh, Japanese, yep. Okay. Don't forget. Oh, it's after that. Japanese. Invalid keyword must be one of isopath, RR path, Joliet path, or UDF path. Don't know what to say about that. Oh, okay. It may actually be tied to a older version of... I just installed whatever the newest version of PyCDLib is. It could be that ScummVM expects an older version. Invalid keyword must be one of isopath. Let's just see if we can figure out what's going on here. 459. Oh, okay. I see. It's one of these now, is it? Okay, so arguments, we've got a bunch of stuff. Yep, okay. Opening source volume. Yeah, path type is isopath. Okay, and if it's Japanese, then we set an encoding on the argument. Okay, and then we call iso.walk. Interesting. Oh, maybe they added like a different API for specifying what encoding to use. Okay, so we have PyCDLib, okay, has this changed? File name, mode. Instance directory record. Huh, okay. Maybe that's new. Huh. So like the documentation for the PyCDLib API here says encoding is an option. So what happened? Why did they get rid of that? Is that you need to do a newer one? Okay, I think, okay, so the version in the repository has encoding as a parameter. The one that I've picked for some reason does not. So maybe I've foolishly not picked the right one from the Python package index. Okay, so we've got like pycdlib 1.14.0. Okay, and 1.15.0 has been released. But I see. Okay, so it was released in March last year, but it is not on the Python package index. So that's annoying. Whatever. We'll just get the special version. Gonna paste. Okay. Okay. That should set us back in good stead. Get out. Get out. Get out. Unknown keyboard encoding. Oh, unknown keyword encoding. Okay, It's a bad omen. A bad omen, I say, when you try and do the very first basic thing just as you go live and it doesn't work. But I choose to keep an open mind. We'll use the web one, which, as far as I'm aware, is written in JavaScript. The greatest language on earth. So maybe that will be better. Nope. Sure wouldn't. Okay, I think I understand now why I didn't just unpack the images when I had the chance. Oh, God, alright. Why? Unknown keyword encoding. And that is 596. Oh my... Okay, my God. Please, preserve spaces. I'm begging you. Okay. So, we've got Argon here, which has then got an encoding attached to it. And then when we pass that to the helper library, the helper library goes... What in the name of God are you doing? This is a terrible idea. But the walk, what's it called? The walk command accepts an encoding. This command apparently does not. So we just comment this out. Oh my God, it's working. Okay, yep. Good enough for me. At least it's working for yeah, right. So it's working for the basic file names. All right. Well, the question I have then is why is it trying to decode with UTF-8? We went through this, like part of this whole debacle was specifically so that we could hi cdlib. Actually, I'm also development ScummVM DevTools git log dumper companion. Okay, fixed timestamps. I mean, these all seem. I don't see any kind of whinging about pycdlib, which is good. Oh, here we go. Okay, add version checker pycdlib module. The pycdlib module does not implement the encoding parameter that is required for decoding Japanese file names. A PR has been made to acknowledge this issue at here, and that was 2 Earth years ago. Thereabouts. This PR is still open. Okay, so it failed a bunch of tests. Okay, and then this fails Shift.js. Okay, well, maybe what I want to do is just grab this branch. Because I'm not fussy. I'm not actually developing against this. I just need it to work. So if we were to git remote add ScummVM this git checkout ScummVM develop ScummVM source How did I get this working last time? I don't understand. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, it's still broken. Whew. Oh my word. It's like, oh, do I even want to, okay. Can't decode byte 082 in position 10, invalid start byte. And whose fault is that? I'm guessing. Walk. Walk is giving us the bad name. 593. What even is like the decoded thing that we're meant to be getting? Where is it? It's line 5935. I see, okay. Print name Okay, so then this is our file name. Python decode shift JIS. Oh my god. Okay. It's a wide 2. They put a wide 2 in the file name, and then it didn't like that. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to there being code inside the director game that puts in a normal 2 and then expects it to match character for character with a wide 2. Oh my word. Alright, okay, well that answers question 1. Question 2 is, why the hell is the encoding something else? Also, where's user encoding? Yeah, because we've got key equals encoding, user encoding equals stir. Oh, because did I take it back out? That sounds like something I did, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Dump per companion. Okay, so this should work now. How did I make it even worse? Invalid keyword must be one of isopath, arrowpath. Oh, did they? That's okay. That's definitely the version of PyCDlib we're using. Yeah. LF key.
In France, mushrooms have been widely used in cooking since the old days, more so than in Japan. You see.
Okay. Tell me exactly what it is. Oh. What? 5548. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. There's two of them. Oh, come on. Come on. What are you doing? You found some of it. Could not find oh, okay, right. Okay, so 529.
Oh, bad idea. Well, one of the reasons is mangoes, they have enzymes that break up protein, right? So.
Okay, so what exactly is it trying to find anyway? VD path encoding. P VD P path P encoding. Right. Okay, so encoding is wrong. Why is it being given this encoding? Up 1 encoding
And the peach matches very well, but the saltiness of the caviar is bothering me a bit.
As it should. As it damn well should. I mean, if your caviar is too salty, just throw it at the wall. Throw it at someone else. May as well just be chewing on a piece of shoe leather. 3491. Oh my god, okay, so it's propagated all the way through here. Up
I love caviar.
No testing.
No testing. Ah. I see, okay. I see what I did wrong. So we should go... Okay, coding. We're just gonna dunk these in as an extra argument to all of these and hope it turns out okay. Because yeah, encoding is being passed as a key, you know. Oh, and UDF. Mustn't forget UDF. Well, extracted something. I can only assume extracted everything in the game. Movie. Alright, which was the problematic file? It was find grep xn.
Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. Hosted by Jonathan Frakes.
Wow, it's very self-referential spin of the randomizer there, bloody cactus. Okay, so there is one file on the disk. One, which contains a Shift.js character. It is this one here, where they've accidentally used wide2 to represent the number 2. And it's like, this is it. This is the only one. And because of that, that was enough to break PyCDlib and by extension Dumper Companion, which is great. I wonder if there'll be any such fun language discontinuities on CD2. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, so so there is more. That's okay, odd. CD2 shows up as a Mac disk. I would have thought both of them would have shown up as a Mac disk, but apparently only CD2 does. And yeah, I guess it just really didn't like whatever this is. Python decode Shift.js. Can't decode byte FE in position 9. Illegal multi-byte sequence. Huh. Because, oh right, because that's like... It'd be like the... Oh, I understand, right? Because FE is a special character, I think, in Macintosh. like it's definitely a special character in Mac Roman. Like if I were to just do this and then decode Mac Roman. Okay, it's picked like a low, like the little kind of, you know, thing that, yeah, a little diacritic that goes underneath the C in garçon. Hang on, Mac Shift JS. Is there an actual name for the Macintosh? You know what? I don't care. I don't care about the Mac version enough to fight with this. We've got the PC version. That'll do. Let's get emerging. Oh, I see. Okay, so CD2 is the installed disk. That could explain why there's only... why the Mac version is... like, you could just make do with a Windows CD for both, if it's just resource that's on CD1. How odd to include it just... How odd to include the install on CD2, though? That's a choice I don't quite understand. But... You know... This sometimes happens. Okay. Merge. I don't care. Just do what you gotta do. Okay. I'm not sure if I should be worried that we go from scene 1, 2, 3, scene 3.2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 10, 11, and 13. Kind of a bit... Oh, but okay. This uses QTVR, which we support now, and it also uses File.io, which is pretty bog standard. Where is the actual game? Oh, maybe it's in the README. Maybe the README contains the answer. Okay. We're gonna do this the cheap and nasty way. This time we'll okay, yep. Before starting the game, please install the game data in QuickTime. Use disk 2 for installation. The install Win folder if you're using it from Windows. Okay. Oh, okay. It's a 32-bit or a 16-bit color game, so we got to put in a quirk for that. And it's like look around, drag your mouse around. Dragging your mouse within the screen or click the triangle. Click where the cursor becomes an arrow. Obtain items. Click the item on the screen, clicking on the bottom of the screen. Alright, dope. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to run this installer just so we can get the... Actually, no, maybe it's in copy to HD. Maybe that's where all of the... Okay, well, Wine did not like that. Oh, excellent. Okay, INCARNATIA. Okay, the main thing is this isn't packed inside the installer. We can just run it from here. Okay, and then I think that was probably the same similar README that we had from before. So let's see if we can mod the detection table Okay, so we have installs for both platforms. Also use Director. Don't care so much about that. Oh yeah, we've already got detection entry that uses install win. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Debug flags, lingo strict, debug level 5, INCARNATIA. Okay, so while we wait for this to start, we're bringing the bingo back to the stream now that we've got the feature working again. So yeah, this stream is mostly focused around kind of multimedia type productions of a certain age. So keep your eye out for these fixtures of the genre. We are on the lookout for any of one or more of the following. Something that's amusingly 90s. We're looking for something that's an abuse of the engine, something that is deeply cringe, a boring memory game, which is like every, I don't know, one of the staples in Director is just like boring versions of like Simon or Memory or whatever. Something racist, unfortunately. This is from the 1990s and it's especially prevalent for some reason. Renderer gore, so if there's like a horrible explosion and it's not showing as it should. Tasteful FMV, positive LGBTQ plus representation, sexism, boomer writing, another mainstay of 1990s productions, passing the Bechdel test, so two women having a conversation about something that is other than a man. Clip art, any kind of jump scare, something that is bastard hard when it has no right to be, just a speaking woman in any context, a postage stamp sized video, any kind of vision of the future, a mullet, some hammy FMV acting, sensible slacks, anything which would be counted as an aesthetic, a perfectly timed crash, you'll know it when you see it, a massive budget, like way more money has been spent on this than, you know, would seem sensible, a game that won't start, and the streamer forgetting to save the game. That's what we're on the lookout for. If you see any or more of the following, please just shout in the chat with Bingo, and we will keep track as we go along. But let's kick off. Actually, hang on. Let me just quickly close Basilisk, which will free up a few cycles. Okay, will it start? Do we get a bingo score immediately? No. It does not start because I completely forgot what I said a few seconds ago, which is that it needs 16-bit graphics. Oh no, it does start. Unfortunately, it doesn't count as a bingo square then. It looks a bit blobby, but it does start. So let me just quickly scoot in here and add in the 32-bit flag. Oh, what is it? Yeah. From different types. Huh? Oh no, it's correct, I think. Anyway, okay. Oh, it's not. I'm putting a thing in a big... Oh, wait, because I made a typing mistake, is why. I made another typing mistake. Oh, okay. Figured it out. Okay, good. Oh yeah. Now that I remember it, I should have posted a link to the ScummVM Discord, but I forgot to do that. I'll do that now before someone reminds me. Okay, and then the actual game is here. I'll start that up again. Huh, okay. So it's returning a... I don't know why it's returning that message, because we've changed... Yeah, like we're on like high color mode now. I am tempted to see what that is, because it might be trouble further on. Debug level, or debug flags. Oh, we already got that. Lingo exec. So this will now print every instruction that is being run to the command line, which is good news for bug fixing. Unless, of course, it does not escape properly, in which case we'll have issues. Hey Sev, how's it going? We just spent you didn't miss anything. We just spent the first hour struggling through getting PyCDlib to cooperate with this particular game, because it had one file name with a full width 2 in it. All the rest of the file names are ASCII, but one had a full width 2, and then that caused it to crash. So I'm just trying to see why it popped up this little message here, because we changed it to be 32-bit. Oh, it could be that... oh, I see, right. It's checking for exactly 16-bit color depth. Well, we don't care about that. We've got a quirk we should put for that. Gamequirks.cpp. So say, for both of these... So yeah, there's not really any difference between 30... I mean, there is a difference obviously between rendering in 32-bit and 16-bit. We don't really support rendering in 16-bit. That's like that'll be like a whole different set of blitz, which we you know, the rendering pathway is basically either 8-bit or 32. So at which point it's like, why? Better to just get rid of the nag message, say please run this in 16-bit mode, because a lot of games of the era will have like a nag message saying please run in 16-bit mode, because graphics card of the time would support 32-bit mode, but the performance would be bad compared to 16-bit, like noticeably bad. And so they try and work around getting a bunch of phone calls by saying please don't, please downgrade your experience. And of course, like the assets are sometimes 16-bit, and there are sometimes they can be any of 8, 16, or 24-bit, and director is just meant to kind of to roll with it and pick the right one. But okay, well, we don't have a nag anymore. Okay. Okay, new game. Alright, already I'm charmed. Okay. Alright. Was not ready for the rubbery human face. I'd almost like I'd call that a jump scare actually. Okay, and here we are, we're in the game. Okay. I was wondering if we could turn around, but it doesn't seem like we can. We can only move for... Okay. So... we could move forward, and then it decided to crash. Alright, so what we got? I'm glad I had the Lingo running in the background now. So we got like some idle scripts, we've got various... Oh, okay, Pano class. Oh, no, that's a... Okay, that's a script object. So call to undefined handler update stage. From where though? Like, what? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is like some kind of callback from the QTVR code. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. That seems like a thing we could do. So there was like a mouse down command. Up 15. Okay, and then that calls whatever this is. Okay, and that's a string called update stage. Right, because update stages are built in, isn't it? That could be interesting. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So we have this function. So update stage is quite an important built-in. It is the one that actually yields control back to the engine from inside a script and tells it, hey, you gotta like draw the window and everything. And what's happened, I think, is that the code inside the game has set a callback, and they said, oh, we just want update stage to be the callback. And then that should work, because update stage is just a function, right? Except it doesn't, because of the way that we've implemented execute handler. Or rather, like, we've got this... So if we go to the extra code... and we go to 520. Yeah, we call this execute handler, and then we pass a some kind of object to Do we pass an object or we just pass a string? No, it's a string. We just pass the string with the name of the thing that we want to run in it, which should be normal. Now, where things get a bit spicy though is that, so here in execute handler, down one. Okay, there is, so as expected, there's no symbol for it because it's a built-in. So I think that maybe what we need to do is we need to replicate kind of what we're doing in here, which is there is so in the name args allow retval invocation. I mean, that should have, yeah, okay, that, like, we've got this whole thing in here which checks for built-in handlers, and it should have picked up on that. 1661. So where did, yeah, like it made it all the way to 1716, which is, oh, right, because it got past a symbol rather than a name. Okay. Where does execute handler get invoked from? Oh, okay. This is literally just added for the Qt VR extra. And just so that we could get so it pretty much, I think in order to do this we will need to okay, okay, because I see. Okay, so we've got the call. So this is just for returning back to the original call stack. A better approach might in fact be to not do the get handler, because that's already covered by all of this mess up here deals with that. So I think that we would be better off. Actually, I'll check that before I go ahead and like swap this out. I want to see if there's any games mentioned for this. Execute handler. Huh. Okay, so me of 6 years ago did this. What were you thinking, me of 6 years ago? Okay, so me of 6 years ago had obviously not cottoned on about putting in hints as to like what exactly it was they're trying to fix. Something which I've definitely gotten sharper on, but this, I think, this seems newer. Okay, it's also generic. Okay, well, it's only used by the QuickTime VR handler, so worst case, we just break QuickTime VR, and there are no supported games that use QuickTime VR, so it'll be fine. Okay, start. New game. Okay, can we skip this intro? Yes, we can. Okay, good. We move forward. Oh, okay, okay. It's working. It's so working. So now I can look around and move around. Okay. Ah, interesting. Like it auto orients you back to like the to the door. That's certainly a choice. Oh, okay. And there's Okay, and there's like a push switch. I'm concerned that this is going to be kind of language heavy, and I lack the requisite skill, perhaps, to tell whether or not something is meant to be good or not. Is there a walkthrough for this game? If there is, I don't see it. Oh, there's an exit button. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Okay, something seems to be awry with the mouse cursors. They don't seem to kind of... Something seems to be awry with the mouse cursors and also just with the game. Like I would have thought that like the reachy hand would have meant something. Okay, can we leave? Okay, we can leave the bathroom. Actually, hang on. Okay, maybe we'll just kind of do the cheapy. Hang on.
Musical word level 1. Play but note.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Kindergarten Kiddoon. It's good to have you around. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna zoom in to the application like this, and then I'm gonna point my phone at the screen and see if that's enough to. Oh jeez, all right. Okay. The water supply system is out of water. Oops. The water does... Okay, so the left-hand text says the water doesn't come out, and the right-hand says the water supply system is out of water. Oh, at some point I had like a prototype to pipe all this through... to pipe this through Google Translate, and I got pretty far in reverse engineering the signing method that they have to make sure that you're actually using a web page. Then I kind of gave up halfway through, or I got distracted by something else. But maybe I should revisit that, because there are a lot of pieces of text in this game. Such as this, which says information panel. And then underneath it's got... The network function is down, it doesn't move. Okay. Oh, and it crashed. Okay, well that's at least something we can look into. So why did it segfault? Ah, because hotspot is a null. Why is hotspot a null? Yep, okay. Okay, good. That should fix that null pointery thing. Go back up. Move the spelling mistake I made. Go back to here. Start. Okay. There is also... Okay. As a rule, we should probably try and get the save feature working quickly. Because if we don't, then... No point... I mean, like, we just have to, like, start from square one every single time, so... Let's... Now that we've got that guardrail in place, we'll just escape out of here. So how do we get the save menu, is a question. Also, what happens if we just go back into the... What? Okay, that was really quick. It's the bed where I was sleeping. There is no change. I wonder... Okay. some of these transitions happen very quickly, and it's maybe I should just go and turn the debug off, or the big line of code info off, so we can see it. Okay, what does this say? Oh my god, it's so fiddly. Come on, read the screen. Okay, it doesn't open. I can faintly smell the tide. Ooh. Okay, in for a penny. It's the researcher's ID terminal. The facility can be unlocked. Okay, and this is another little kind of 3D rotatey thing. But then I wonder, is this meant to be kind of like a puzzle box? Because at the moment, whenever I click, it is, okay, there's a button on it, but it is very fiddly to click on the button. Okay, now we've got this screen here, which has problems. Okay, the yellow arrow is current position. Okay. So I'm gonna have to just, so if we look at the channels, I'm interested in the channel down here, which is not rendering as it looks like it should. It's very difficult to tell which... Okay, so we can figure it out from the screen dimensions though. So it's going to be at about 0 and 300. So 0, 0, 0, 323. Okay, this is our guy. Oh wait, no, it's 640 by 1. So wrong dimensions. 34 by 362? Oh, because the origin can sometimes be different. Seth says, in Image GUI, I've now implemented highlights, so when you click on a channel, you get the bounding box drawn. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll try that. Draw off. Debug flag, enable imagery. Oh, okay, yep. So if I view the channels... Okay, yeah, it's gonna be squeezy because I turned off acceleration for reasons. Oh, oh yeah, okay, that is handy. So we can see 31 is the exit sign down there, and 32 is this doodad over here. Okay, and it's drawing... Oh, please, come on. Please don't tab. We don't need tab. Okay. So it is a bitmap with member 2 of castlib 5. View cast. Oh, and it crashed. Forgot to call render or end frame at the end of the previous frame. Okay. Wonder... I guess because show cast... Oh, because... okay. I'm not even going to pretend I know how the imagery code is supposed to work. Like, is it... Oh, no, okay, it's nested for some reason. That's pretty funny. Okay, so... It called the error handler, which then in turn called the debugger, which in then turn called ImageUI, which then freaked out at that. That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny, and I also I don't know how you fix that. I honestly don't know. It would probably mean some kind of adding some kind of loop detection, I suppose, to the imagery code. But I don't know. It's probably not my place to mess with that at this point. Let's... Okay, and then texture dimensions can't be 0. Alright, so if the... Hypothetically, if member 5 of castlib 2 is just completely empty, and it was doing a copy blip, then I suppose, yeah, you just have like a white square. Okay, let's quit, start over. Actually, let's try running this without the exec log, because without the exec log, if we turn the exec log up, then we just get things that float to the top as errors, as opposed to every single thing that happens, and then we might be able to kind of like, ideally we should have no errors. So if we see errors, we can then hone in maybe on what's going on. Okay, so tries to delete a bunch of cast members, which is odd behavior. And then tries calling the rollover. This I'm concerned about because it just seems kind of weird. Okay, so wake up. All right, and we're getting swamped with these equality table problems. I recall it was a conversation in Discord. Didn't Misty fix this? Did I imagine that? Is it in review? is the fix and review. No. No, apparently not. Okay. Alright, so we're getting a load of whinging about there not being an equality table. We get these errors for create read stream for member alt stream, but I think they might be benign. Because it's trying to create like a resource fork. Or it's trying to check to see if there's a resource fork and it doesn't find one. Okay, then it opens QTVR. Okay, was there anything else? Okay, so this calls rollover with 0 args. Which is a weird choice. Wait, no, it calls rollover with 1 argument. So why the long face? Why is it saying that it's calling it with 0 arguments? That seems like a mistake. Okay, that didn't help at all. Incorrect number of arguments. That was the engine's director. Okay. Okay, so there is a function which just calls rollover with nothing. Is this something that produces useful information? Macromedia direct. Okay, I'm gonna open up the manual. Rollover. This function indicates whether the cursor is currently over the bounding rectangle, over the sprite specified by which sprite. When rollover is true, the cursor is currently over the sprite. When it's false, the cursor is not currently over the sprite. Okay. Is undefined behavior that of what happens when you call rollover with no argument. But it could be okay. Fin. So if we look at what this does, it returns void, and then it assigns it to new num. Okay, so it very clearly expects rollover to be active. And I wonder if that's because there's a function called rollover. Okay, yeah. Because another cool thing that Director lets you do is that it will let you make functions with the same names as built-ins, and if they don't, and if for whatever reason they're in a slightly different name, like they're in a slightly different context, or they're like a procedure as opposed to a function or something, they just coexist. They just kind of work. And if that's the case, I'll be quite angry. We've got rollover hotspot, mouse rollover change sprite. Okay, we do not seem to have a function called rollover, which is positive. But then I guess it means we've got to figure out, like, is there undefined behavior when you don't give anything as an argument? So to find that out, we're going to go to tools director 6.5 line director.exe. We're going to see what real director does. Don't remind me. Unfortunately, we can't register a copy of director online anymore. Okay, so here we go. And so to start with, let's open up the tool palette, which for some reason, okay, it's all over here. So we're going to create object 1, object 2, object 3. I'm going to call message. So if we go put roll over, so by default it's going to be 0. Put over. Okay, that's going to be an error because I didn't type properly. But if I do this now, yeah, okay, so the undefined behavior is that if you call rollover with no argument, it'll just return which sprite ID it's on. Okay, and that's in Director 6. We better double check to see if Directors 5 and 4. I don't think 4 would do it, but maybe 5 will, and it's just undocumented, which is kind of happens more often than I'd like, is how I would put it. Okay, Sev says rollover 0 checks the sprite under the mouse. Okay, that makes sense. Well, they don't mention it in the manual, which is cool. So, still, for what's it called? For undefined behavior, or undocumented behavior rather, we can't assume. We got to actually test in each version to make sure that it's the same thing. Okay, so I'm gonna make a few objects. Put roll over. Yeah, okay, so director 5 has that. Oops. And yeah, rollover 0 does the same thing. So we have to say that if rollover is called with no arguments, we treat it as rollover 0. Does that happen in director v4? So message. Put roll over. Okay, so 4 is actually fussy and expects there to be one parameter. And if you put 0 in here, sprite number wrong. Okay, so it's a D5 exclusive feature. D4 would and below do not like that. So we're gonna fix the built-in. Actually, I already fixed it built-in. I should split these commits out. What have we changed so far? Okay, so my code editor has helpfully added in a header file, which it didn't need to do. So we'll just add this in. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then we're down to here, which should be Lingo make Lingo execute handler use normal use. Fixes screen updates in which set tvr callback to update screen. The built-in by doing this LC call searches the string version of LC call searches through multiple contexts for a matching handler, including e.g. the built-ins namespace. Alright, and now back to the thing that we were about to mess with, which is rollover. if nugs equals 0. Okay, and how's D currently checked? Oh, here we go. Sorry. Sev says, another thing, rollover 0 checks sprite on the mouse. Undocumented, please check Discord. I posted some... Okay. Oh, Lingo in a nutshell says, the rollover property and the rollover function without any argument return the number of the sprite being rolled over, or 0 when rolling over the stage. The rollover n function when sprite is a number returns a boolean value. Okay. Theoretically, if the rollover equals n, then the rollover n should equal true, but different forms of the rollover command disagree when the cursor is over the stage. So rollover 0 is always false, even though it should theoretically return true when the rollover or rollover turns 0. Okay. But I mean, like, we tested it in... So there's a rollover property and there's a rollover function. Oh, I see. Okay, this is like the... Okay, well... It says, so rollover 0 is always false even though it should theoretically return true when the rollover or rollover returns 0. But we just tested rollover 0 and it's an error if you're not in director V5 or up. Because it's not a valid sprite ID. So, I don't know what they're talking about. Or rather, I mean, yeah. It is D6 plus. Okay, well, likewise, we've got D6 right here, and if I do, like, put rollover 0, and if I actually line my cursor up properly, it's returning a number, not a boolean. So, and I tested D5, so... Yeah, I don't know what they're referring to there by saying that rollover 0 returns false. I don't see it. So we're going to have to put in a check here, I guess, for... So we're both... Yeah, okay, because we currently don't really... I guess check sprite rollover deals with this. Oh yeah, because it just does that. Okay, so we don't deal with the 0 case. So we'll go if arg equals 0 and g director version oh my god, why no? Oh, because I've got Python the brain is why. Is greater than or equal to 500. So here, oh yeah, I also notice here that like we just push 0 if we pick a channel that's too high. I also question whether that's what happens here. So if I were to push like 16. That's 0. What's the biggest channel number? It's 48. So 48 should probably return 0. And 49. Okay, 49 is sprite number wrong. Whereas if I go into here, which has 120 sprites. Okay, so the actual behavior is sprite number wrong. So this should actually be Glingo error, lingo error. We'll be more descriptive with our error. Okay, and then okay. I'll just double check that negative numbers don't unallowed. Yes, they're not allowed. I should go if 0 Okay, and then we've got get rollover sprite ID from pos. That's what we want. Okay, that should be more accurate now. Yes, I think so. So default with 0, and then gets overwritten with args equals 1. Alright, let's see how that was being called quite often for the panorama code in this, so maybe that will kind of enhance things a little bit, or kick off some different interactions than what we were seeing. New game. Okay. We can move the panorama around. Not getting any errors, which is nice. Interesting that there's a little kind of something's going on in the top left corner. Okay. Let's see if we can get the guide. I don't know how I clicked it that time. Don't know how I clicked it last time. Also, yeah, not sure what the deal with that rendering thing is. Okay. Alright, so something's going wrong with the sprites, so we gotta figure out. I see, okay, so that's meant to be like a guide button, but as we found out, it was like member something of cast loop 2, I think. I was member 2 of cast loop 7. Okay, view channels. Alright, which channel was it? It was channel 32, I think. Oops. Okay, so channel 32 is member 2 of cast loop 5. Member 2 of cast loop 5 is a bitmap. It is 8 bits per pixel. It is Okay, bounding rector's bonkers, but I think bounding rector's always bonkers. But I guess it's not being blitted properly, which wouldn't be too surprising. Oh, okay, but it comes with a palette. Member 1 of Castle 5, which is cast 1. Which is here. We've got like a full palette. Looks legit. What is the palette? Color from palette bytes. AX3. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Byte from hex AX. Oh, sorry. Okay, so here is our palette. It's a rather kind of... It's kind of tealy gray. And as far as I can tell, what's meant to happen, right, is that we're in 32-bit mode, which then means when the bitmap gets rendered or like converted to the screen format, it should take that palette and I guess apply it properly. But that isn't happening, and instead we just get a white square. So let's just quickly commit what we have. Okay, so now to figure out why this is solid white square, we gotta go to the drawing code, which is in cast members bitmap CPP. It's gonna be in create widget and create widget. Alright, good. Now we're here. So it's creating a widget. It knows that the destination bits per pixel is going to be 4 because it's 32-bit. And the source is going to be 8-bit because reasons. It's got a palette. I'm assuming it's going to be... So if we've got FFFF and then COCOC9, then we know that we've got the right palette. Okay, this is my monthly checking what the hex dump command in GDB is, because I sure as hell can't remember it. Hex dump GDB. Using GDB to do a hex dump of memory. Oh, it's just the letter X. Yeah, okay, so we've got FFFFFF. Oh, wait, that's the... Is that the point? No, it should be FFFFFF, then COCOC9. Okay, so the palette is wrong. Like, this is just gonna be like the default Mac palette or something. So, good. Good to know.
We're fighting about you, Daria Morgendorfer, being dumb enough to think a boyfriend is worth screwing up a really good friendship for. Well,
that was uncalled for. Okay, and we've already, okay. We're gonna have to start again because we already, we're on the other side of the airtight hatchway. It's already created the dithered image, so we don't know what steps have already been taken to wreck it. Okay, but then that means we're gonna have to navigate to the area on the screen with the organizer on it. That's okay, it should be fine. Okay, so the organizer was over there at the desk. Okay. What? Why did you come on. Oh, really? Channels. Yeah, okay, it just breezed past it. So, did I screwed up, didn't I? I just need to redo the... I need to put in bitmap cast member create widget if cast ID is 2. Interesting, okay. Okay, well this image, it's the same size, so it may in fact be the same thing. But it comes with a palette, and it does not look like the right one. It looks just like whatever. Clut. Like if we look up clut, okay, clut is set to be 0. Clut is set to be 0. That's unusual. So there is no dithered image. So then it will try and dither the image using the palette that's in the picture, which is not good. So then I'm wondering, like, is the clut being set too late? Is it only being set in the score? Like, if it's been set in the score, then we're in big trouble. And then it's not going to work, because, like, yeah, if we go into here... Because, like, what's the current palette ID? 0. So, the default Mac palette. Okay, then it queries clut. And if clut is nothing, then it just assumes it's an 8-bit image that's rendered with the default Mac color scheme, so... Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it doesn't actually call get dithered image. It just uses copy stretch image. Alright. Let's just keep going for now until we get to the exact, because I can't vouch for these other images to say that they've got a palette attached, whereas this one here that we were looking at definitely did. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yep, I think this is our guy. It's that guy right here. Okay, so it does have a clut attached. So there's no picture. Bits per pixel was correct. Then tries to dither the image. Okay. Okay, the destination palette is going to be nothing. So we're here in 32-bit code. We've got a palette index. Also, Yeah, okay, and this one. Yeah, this one matches what we expect. C9. Let's go a bit further. Yeah, we've got the palette pointer. Yeah, this is all working how it should. It's converting to 32-bit mode with this palette, with this count. And this should be nothing. This should be a goose egg. So okay, so it creates a destination service. Yeah, cross bitmap. Okay, that should be fine. Interesting hitch, but I'll just assume that it's fine. Okay. Great, and it's figured out. Yeah, we've got image here, and it's in 32-bit color. And then we have copy stretch image. So maybe, oh, okay. Maybe well, we can check here. Source surface, get G to B. There we go. Get pixel 0, 0. I see. Okay, so that seems like it should be hex this. Yeah. Okay, so it's a 32-bit number ending with FF for the alpha channel. So it's good. Why are you having a whinge now? Okay. Okay, so it's loading the same image again, I think. Yeah, I did that image is already there, so it's doing a copy stretch image. Yeah, and it's on the, okay, and suddenly it's in the top right. So my takeaway then is that there must be something. Is there regression in 32-bit graphics? We fixed a bunch of stuff with 32-bit graphics. Did I even commit that? Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. Yeah, all that stuff did get merged in, but did I somehow screw up? How could I have screwed up that? Like just the basic drawing of 32-bit images. Okay. Okay, well the image basically looks fine, but it is not being blit properly. So, next place we gotta look is in graphics.cpp, where there is the routine for drawing junk to the screen. Oh, it's not in graphics.cpp, it's in window.cpp. Draw frame counter, draw channel box. Yeah, okay, it's here. Okay. So we would need to make a breakpoint in here. We'll figure it out when we get in there. So window.cpp 237. Okay. del2, and now we're going to go if castlib equals 5 and member equals 2. Okay, and now that's okay. Let's trigger create widget, which has this great, yeah, okay, which has got the surface which we've made, which is 32-bit. All is good. And it's create, yeah, and it's copying that widget to the sorry, it's copying the dithered image to the surface. Is there something wrong with copy stretch image? Oh, whoops. Whatever. Okay, but here we go. We're on inkblit from, which should be. So if we step into here, okay, and then we got the surface, which is a wrapper around the surface we did for the widget, I think. So if we go surface get pixel, What was the previous get pixel command I did? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, so definitely, yeah, definitely 32-bit color. Okay, so we've got all this. Oops, okay. So, the color remains the same. Then we come here into draw point, which gets called for every pixel on the screen, or every pixel that's rendered with a blitter. Okay, yep, it's trying to draw it to the screen. In that bottom left area, so that all makes sense. Okay. And yeah, we're here in the copy ink. Apply color is true. And we are here in the template thing where it's, okay, so it decomposes the color. Oh. Interesting, interesting. So it's graphics.cpp. So we have this apply color flag, and I can't for the life of me remember why or what it's for. Is that because I think that's because one of these other tests said it. But what does it essentially do? We are getting the source and destination components and the foreground and the background components. And then we are trying to, whatever the hell this is. What the hell? Okay. I'm gonna, okay, git blame director graphics.cpp. I know my grubby fingerprints are all over this code. No, this is... okay. Sort of me. Did I... fix rendering for ink type background trans and K ink type copy. Okay. I don't know what scenario was used as a basis for developing the existing apply color logic in int draw pixel. As such, I've kept it for the uint32 pathway and replaced the uint pathway with something sane. Okay, so This was me preserving whatever bonkers thing was there before. Right, so this was there originally. Let's check this again. Okay, so crap. Tell me more about this. This particular. Okay. So Nathaniel Gentry wrote this on 2020. Sev fixed it here. Okay, simplified director plot data. How about this? Apply 4 back colors to basic inks. Note the colorization of copy family inks is very inefficient. Yeah, okay. So, from my understanding, okay, so the way that's working with the 8-bit case here, which is the one that I changed, is that it checks for the color black. Oh my god, I can't remember if like FF is black or white in DirectEase. I probably should have used this. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, so similar to Mac, which makes sense. 0 is white and FF or 1 is black. So that's fine. I can live with that. So what I don't understand though is what in the name of Christ this is all meant to be for. Like, it's all very deliberate, but I mean, like, what's it doing? Okay, and it does this again. Okay, I mean, that does this for again, but it's literally just the same wacky function except for not copy. Okay, I think we need to okay. Director has 2 ways of rendering an ink setting. The default is to incorporate the full range of colors in the image. Apply color is used to denote the other option. Reduce the image to some combination of the currently set foreground and background color. So, oh yeah, that's right. So the blit mode changes depending on whether or not black and white are in the right slots of foreground color or background color now. So that's fine. We can deal with that. What I don't get though is everything else about this. Like, okay, so yeah, there's a previous stencil operation which cuts out the pixels in mask mode, so that's fine, that won't even reach here. Matte, I think, is a similar deal. Blend factor is dealt with in post somewhere down here. Okay, so we can, maybe we have to do a little experimenting here. So I want to create a new cast member. Cast? Can I... Insert, modify, cast member, insert, media element, bitmap. Modify, cast member. Edit cast member. Where is the... Oh, it's over here. It's off screen. That's just wine for you. Okay, so we're going to go... Yeah, alright, it's in 24-bit mode. Now, I've had the most luck testing blip modes with creating an enclosed shape. I said creating an enclosed shape. And then inside we put one black circle and actually the white circle on the left. And then black circle on the right. Okay, done. So now we can drag this out here and then mess with the ink mode. Better yet, I can go into here, change the color to be something more visible, move that as the background, and then we just, okay, then we can mess around with this. So copy. Okay, matte will just generates a mask, I think, based on whether or not it can do a transparent fill around the background. Background transparent cuts that out. Transparent does something weird. Not copy does as expected. So if I were to save this movie, okay, so not copy shows up okay. Transparent. I think the blend mode is copy. Okay, well, transparent transparent looks bad, but I don't think that's one of the affected ones, is it? Yeah, or dest palette index with source. Okay, that we just haven't written a we haven't written a 32-bit mode one for that yet, I don't think. Or we just didn't test it. Entirely possible that we didn't test it. It's like, or destination palette index with source, originally designed for 1-bit mode to make white pixels more transparent. I'm curious. I know this is kind of going on a bit of a tangent, but we're still doing rendering. It still counts. Okay, and then if we change that back to copy. Oh wait, no, it's matte now. We don't want matte, we want copy. Okay, so if we look at the color picker, the shade of green we picked is 66CC00. The background that we've got here is 339999, and then the blended 2 is 228800. That seems weird. Okay, so we have like 2288, and we compare that to 66CC. Three three 99. So A, B, O. Okay, A, B, and out. So we will. Okay, and then so I'll say that B is going to be this. A is going to be this. And then the output is whatever the hell this is. So what bitwise operation are we doing to get those? To my eyes, it looks like an AND. So transparency in 32-bit mode appears to be doing an AND. Or per channel and, at least. Okay, so I can also apply the same thing here. Except it's going to be I think that'll do it. Okay. Let's check to see if that's rendering okay. What? Huh? What went wrong? What?
Got some kind of flu bug or something, but I'm feeling better now. I'm sure.
Why is it doing that? Why? Huh? Okay. Okay. B438. What's wrong? Why don't you like this? Why are you having a fit over this? I see, okay. I guess I did not save properly. 438 is... Yeah, okay. I would have thought that it would be here, but it is not. Let's double check that the ink is transparent. Save and compact. Oh, because of apply oh, I forgot this has also got an apply color flag. Okay. Right, so it's not even making it here. Though, I mean, true to form, it is, it is checking for the background color. Oh, okay, but that's like the 1-bit image mode. What am I even doing? Like, this isn't even... Okay, so if I were to go in here and then change this color to be something else, okay, then it becomes...
His name.
Fukui-san?
Yes.
An interesting move here. Challenger Koyama is planning to stuff fried pike eel meat into these little orange ground cherry pods.
All right.
That sounds pretty good, actually. I love eel. Eel tastes great. Okay, well, that's still hit. Well, that still hit the apply color flag. Okay, well that renders properly, despite not. I guess because it's hitting this correctly instead of not correctly. So I mean, like, the apply color flag shouldn't really be, it shouldn't be set, should it? Like, I'm setting, we're just doing like bog standard rendering. I don't understand why it's being set. Okay, be set apply color. Oh wait, I didn't build it. That could be a little bit of it. Okay, so it starts off false. Good start. The ink is the transparent type of ink, which then oh no, that's not correct. That's not correct at all. That's very wrong. Oh no, because like fore color, back color. Oh, movie bit depth is 32 but set to 8. I see, okay. Yeah. Alright. Mea culpa. I should have debug flag 32 BPP. So, yeah, by default, it runs in an 8-bit mode, even if the movie says run it in 32-bit mode. So that was adding an unnecessary hitch to the rendering accuracy. Okay. Okay, that's correct. Apply color is false. Okay, it renders properly now. Weird though that in 32-bit mode, oh sorry, in 8-bit mode, it got downgraded. Okay, final tangent with this. Now that we've fixed, I mean, we've confirmed that it renders right, at least in 32-bit mode, but the apply, what the hell was it? It was the set apply color. And in both cases it should be a solid no. Okay, that one's fine. Huh, okay. So apply color is being set correctly. Oh, it's just the, it's like the 1 bit. I understand. I understand now. Oh, yeah, alright. So the problem that we're running into is that T is the what's it called, the screen bit, what's it called, it's not referring to the bytes per pixel of the screen. It is referring to the bytes per pixel, or it's not referring to the bytes per pixel of the asset, sorry, it's referring to the screen format. So presumably what's meant to happen in 32-bit mode is that it gets changed down to a different color and then applied with this filter here. But potentially, maybe, I don't know, maybe that just doesn't work as well. Whatever, that's like an edge case of an edge case. I'm only going to worry about it if a specific game has that trouble. But I mean, in the end though, I don't know. Okay, it's been about 3 hours. I might actually take a break and then run my head around the problem a little bit more while walking around, because getting a little, I don't know, thinking not so good after 3 hours. Need a break a bit, but we can commit this. Director improve. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. You know what? Treat yourself. Do the same. You should do the same. And when we get back, we'll, I guess, once again run it and see where it gets stuck. But I'll be back about 5 to 10 of your Earth minutes.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome aboard. How you doing?
If you have, then you'll have reached the conclusion that
won't work, John. stop that. It's silly. Don't be silly, Dom. It's a first aid box.
But I just thought, best leave her to it, really.
Alright, we're back. I had like a little bit of a think, and then I recalled, hang on a second. So the issue that we were running into in the game, it was displaying the white square specifically because the apply color flag was being activated. And in theory, that should only happen when the palette is set to something other than the default black and white. Because, yeah, it was the copy ink. The copy ink operation, which should be just like a straight blip from one surface to the other, except if you set the apply color flag, it seems to just replace.
Actually, I think it was fists.
You remember
He was
that?
fired up. Exactly.
Yeah, it seems to just replace like the whatever the black color is in the image with the black fill, and if we change the background, I imagine, yeah, it just replaces. It's like for like. So that's quite easy to do. It again just kind of makes me like want to crack my head open on the nearest pavement to figure out like why is it doing it the really, like, what the hell's all this? Why okay, why do it this way? Like possibly 6 years ago the person was trying to replicate something else, but it should just be as simple as does the, you know, okay, we'll just try, we'll try doing it this way. So dest equals I mean, you don't even need the template tag at that point. You can just pretend it's fine. Because I mean, like, that should be the same forwards and backwards. In fact, you know what? Let's try this. Okay, and then we've got not copy, which, if you go not copy, interestingly, not copy, at least in Director 6, does like a matte. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. Okay, I want to change this to, say, this color. Interesting. Okay, so not copy, not liking any attempt to change the foreground or the background color. That's interesting. At least in 32-bit mode. I wonder if that's the same in here. So if I were to import test.bitmap. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Something smaller, please. Yeah, one of the, like, install remap colors in Dilla. Okay, so this little brick here. So I want another one of these, and I want to change the ink mode to not copy. And then I want to change this color to something interesting. Okay, so in 32-bit, it just gives up for not copy, but in 8-bit, it's fine. You can do whatever you freaking want. Oh, which reminds me, in here, if I just go ahead and pick a different color. Alright. Well, it's changed a bunch of stuff. I'm just gonna save and compact. Oh, and I should check. Yeah. I gotta switch it to the copy operation. We'll do that in a sec. Okay, not copy seems alright. And if I change the colors to something weird, and then save and compact, and then run this again, it should be just pass through. Huh, alright, didn't get the memo. Oh, because I made a typo. That could be why. Okay, and that's definitely in... Yeah, it's with 32-bit mode. Yep, that's correct. Okay, and then... Alright, now we go to copy mode. Save and compact. So it should be fine except for the black color that is being swapped out with hot pink. No, it's kinda not that. It's whatever the... Okay, well, alright, let's focus on the positives. It did copy the pink. It did not copy the pretty much everything else. So how did I screw that up? Oh, because... Yeah, sorry, it should be the source. Not dest. That's on me. That would have caused so many problems if I had merged that in. Yep, okay. I'm satisfied with that. What if I were to change the background to dark blue? There is also a fast path, I've just remembered, because I believe the blitter, I put in a check to see like if it's basically just doing a straight copy with no additional blending operations, such as like this, where you've got like the apply color mode. It just uses the blit command rather than this per pixel stuff, but I think it should still be alright. Okay, I'm just gonna check that the other blit commands which fall through on that also work. So yeah, copy works. I just want to check matte. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's... I guess let's try Incarnatia again and see if more things show up on the screen. That seems reasonable. Oh, I should also try one of the other supported games. Just to make sure that I haven't wrecked things too much. Okay. So we come in here, sit in the comfy chair. Oh my god, look at that. We got a little image. It does look like there is a background, like a white background, which is meant to be comped out, but we can work with that. So we've got channel 32. So channel 32 is member 22 of Castle 5. It has... Okay, and it's been blitted with the copy ink. Ah, but we've got like foreground and background being set to white. So, and yeah, we don't, okay, so we don't have blend amount or anything on there. And we got like cast 22. So member 22 of Castle 5. I see. Oh, fudge. Okay. That could be a problem. So we've got, yeah, that's right. It's an 8-bit image with a white background, and then so like just to simulate what's going on here. So if I set both of these colors to white and the ink type to copy, like, yeah, that's what's meant to happen. Oh wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. So that's a 24-bit image. But what if I were to go ahead, insert a brand new cast member of type bitmap, and then say, actually, I want this to be 8 bits. And then we'll do another kind of blobject. Oh, you cannot undo this? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so another blobject. Good enough. Okay, and once again, we'll put in a white circle and a black circle. Okay, and then that's going to be 8-bit. So here we are with we've got the copy ink on the default thing, and then I'm going to change both colors to be white. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's meant to happen. If I change this to be matte, then it chops out the back. But copy does not infer transparency. So like save and compact. Yeah, it renders perfectly. So what gives? Is this how it's... I don't think this is how it's meant to look, is it? Okay. Also, I can't help but notice that the overlay images that were being drawn before are no longer being drawn. So we've got 25, 24, 20, 26, 20, whatever. It's channel 25. Chan 25. Okay, and that's using... Interesting. So there I mean, I'm tempted to say that there's something wrong with the code here, because you can see here that this background, this PDA thing is sprite 32. However, these buttons are like sprite 20 something, which means that they are rendered behind. And like that seems like a problem. I don't know why you would do it that way. Also, where's the code? I'm guessing that some of these cast libraries have code in them. Oh my god, there's like 16 different libraries. I could kind of do without that. Alright, what if I were to... What frame is it? 38. Chan 38. So channel 38 has nothing in these lower channels, but the PDA appears to be hard coded. So we're after something which sets sprite 24 or thereabouts. Okay. Okay. Why is the text entry box turned from like... Ah, there we go, okay. It was like doing right to left text for some reason. Okay, so here is Sprite 24. Okay, and the indexes have moved. So there must be some kind of... some kind of skullduggery going on. So I've got some code here which sets all of these upper sprites to be visible. Okay, we've got Clicko PNB. And then that calls wait. There's a blend. Oh no. Okay. So I think, yeah, alright. So like this is going to be one of those. Something is setting the blend property on those sprites, which could... Oh, it's the Clicko PNB. God, like, just feel like I'm getting a stroke reading that. Okay, but the blend mode is being set, and the blend mode. So what if I were to go and say ink is now 50%? There it is. There it is. Okay, so when you set the blend, that then turns on matte mode. God, there are so many damn quirks in this. Okay, so... Alright, well that explains why there's a halo then. If we look at the channels and then... So blend them out, blend them out, blend them out, blend them out. But if we go all the way down to channel 25, blend them out, FF. Which is... interesting. I mean, it's okay. we'll get, well... If there's a blend factor set, it is being dealt with in the alpha handling block, otherwise treat it like a matte image. Okay, so the transparency cutout thing, I think, is because if there's any sort of blend, it's got to be cut around. Okay, and we've covered both of those cases, so get rid of this. Alright, so there's this P alpha component, which... Yeah, Sprite Blend does not respect colorization, defaults to matte ink, so... That's all good. Is it because, like, if I do, like, 99%... Hang on, stop that. 99%. Okay, 99%. While not being 100%, is still enough to count as a matte. Okay, graphics are CVV 344. Okay, we have our image here, which has apply color and all this other stuff. What about the mask? Like, surely it's got to have a mask ready for it. Oh, because I changed stuff. Fine. Okay. Let's get out of here. Oh, Mr. RW says, what game are you working today? The art style on the green pop-up screen remind me of Trader's Gate. This is a game called INCARNATIA, which is... I don't know very much about it, except it was released by Sony Music Entertainment Japan, and the introduction features a lot of Salvador Dali imagery. And it looks incredible. Oh yeah, and it's also very heavy on QuickTime VR. Have a little look at the introduction, just to reacquaint ourselves. This should tell you everything you need to know about the game. As you can see, it's pretty good. Except for that. Except for the face. Samathar says, Japanese is hard to read without using a translator all the time. Is it possible to replace the strings, or is the text baked into images? That's a good question. We can check. So, cast member 17, cast 17. Yeah, so I believe that it's using the rich text type of widget, which was introduced in Directive 5. And essentially that is a it's a combination text box. But there's also like it saves like an alpha bitmap copy. So we just print the bitmap version to the screen. Currently there's no support in the engine yet for modifying the text, which is apparently a thing you can do if you are so inclined. But yeah, they are baked into... They are kind of baked into images, but you could, after unlocking the directive file, go ahead and just change every text box so that it... Yeah, so that it contains a different language. Okay. What is going on here? Oh, okay. Okay, so for now, put in a breakpoint at graphics at CP3. So the game, so GDB should now stop us as soon as we encounter a graphic that uses alpha blitting, which I think is just going to be the PDA. Here we go. Okay, so we've got... Interesting. Oh yeah, and the thing that I wanted to check was... Is there a mask associated with it? There is a mask associated with it. Okay, so it should be matting it. But, I mean, let's get to the... Oh, here, okay. Okay, that's got a mask. And what was it? Oh, it's alpha. Okay, now we want to get to here if 750. Okay, so the alpha is something up 1. Okay, so this is cast member 52, which I can't see on the screen, so we'll just continue on. Up 1. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to, let's go for B400 if channel sprite cast ID equals 22. Okay, that did the trick. Tell me more about what's in PD. Okay, alpha is nothing. But maybe that's something that gets set. Okay, needs matters false. Oh, I see, right. So sprite blend amount is naught. Oh my god, alright, is that... Okay, and then we've got like... Okay, like cast member 21. Okay, here we go. I see. Alright, so there's... As far as I can tell, there's no script. There's no script intervention here. This is all just from... This is all just from the cast. Which would imply that maybe there's something about the current... Like, is it the fact that there is a blend mode at all specified, even if it's 100%? Because, channel... Because, yeah, the current sprite data in the channel... Volume 0, editable 0, puppet... Thickness, trails, ink data, color code 3, blend amount is 0. I'm at a loss. I don't know what we're missing. I don't get why. Unless the blend amount is set in a previous frame and then we're meant to just kind of keep that. That's been known to happen before. I do know, look, we've got like this command here, like set the entity blend 0. We've got like, yeah, it's, it's a very kind of chunky fade, almost. But just for sprite 25, which happens to be the one which contains... Oh, wait, but that's sprite 25, not the actual... Not this one here, which is channel 32. Okay, what have we got about sprite 32? Tell me about sprite 32. We have all these messages here which set them to cast numbers. But we don't have anything about kind of... Nothing I can see at least. Okay, let's close that up. Okay, and that's still sprite 32. So it could be that maybe the the movie initialization script does something to sprite 32 and it's not being persisted. So that's actually a good, okay. How about, so we'll just put in a cheeky breakpoint for B1A, okay, so yeah, okay, and then we've got like this stuff here which sets the cast number, but we want to remove that from our filter. Del 7. And field doesn't equal 12. Okay, and start the program from the beginning. Okay, so we could come to our first. Okay, so it tries to set. It sets the visible flag on sprite 32. That's kind of harmless. Okay. Then it calls update stage, disable 6. We don't care about that breakpoint anymore. Okay, then okay, it's setting the visible flag again. It's setting the cursor flag. Okay, and then nothing else. Like, yeah, I don't get it. Sprite 31 gets a blend set. That's pretty close to Sprite 32. And they only ever get like set up to 80, which seems kind of important. Okay, that hide the exit button. Okay, it can't be that then. Is that a... Okay, no, it must be... So channel 32, yeah, that's about the right dimensions. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. The fact that we've got a foreground and a background color set to the same thing. And we also have the color code set to something else. What the hell's a color code anyway? Also, it occurs to me we could just open this up in a different scene1.dxr. We could just open this up in the editor. And see if that works. I don't know, this seems more than deliberate. This makes me all suspicious like. But we have proof here that like the copy in copy mode should just do that. Okay, engine director. the score color. What the hell's the score color? Never heard of it. This sprite property indicates the score color assigned to the sprite specified by which sprites. The possible values correspond to color chips 0 to 5 in the color palette. This statement is the message window to display the value for the score color assigned to sprite 7. That doesn't tell me anything. Indicates the score color. Check the last 3 bits of the color code bytes. I don't think I've ever used color code before. Alright, so it's also... that byte is overloaded to contain things like the editable and the movable flag. But, like, how odd. So we keep track of it, we move it around. Okay, sprite property indicates the score color assigned to the sprite, specified by which sprite. Can you tell me just more of... okay, 252. Oh, that's just here. Can be tested but not set. Okay, the back color of sprite. I mean, like, according to our detection list, it was only added in Director 4. Okay, it's just... oh, it's the freaking... oh, this. Alright, okay. So, you can use this property to identify groups of cells in the score by assigning... okay, so it's like highlighting in a spreadsheet. By assigning them the same score color. You can then write handlers that apply to the items in the group by first testing for items that have a specific score color assigned. Okay. I understand, but that should not affect the ink or the rendering. Although, yeah, no, it shouldn't affect it. Okay, well, I'm drawing a blank as to like what exactly it is that we need to... I'm drawing a blank as to like why why this PDA is rendering with a big old border, given that it seems to be encoded into the actual movie. But we could, I mean, hang on, so this is frame 263. Now if I open this up, it becomes like frame 37. Okay, so it must be an actual frame. So if I were to go and unpack like every movie that we have and then try and open it in Director 6.5. That might work. That might not be a complete complete mess. So project arrays, decompile. Where was it? It was program scene 1. And then we go sc1.context to here. Okay. And then if we go Director 5, INCARNATIA. Okay, it's gonna whinge. No, don't save the changes. Cancel. I'm just gonna hit cancel on all of these. It should at least still try. And open what I've got. Okay, and then that was maybe too many errors. And then it just died. Although, draw... What was in channel 30? Okay, so channel 32 was castlib 5. Cast 5. Castlib 5 is opnb.txt. We should just open that. Okay. Where is this movie? Actually, I can point you to that. It's gonna be here in program, movie, card 1. Okay. I see. Okay, so the... Oh, okay. So... link the cast to the movie. I think I understand now. So the pictures of the PDA have a black background, and because the ink type is white and we're in copy mode, it doesn't like that. So if we go toolbar, toolbar, toolbox. Okay, so we've got this one here, and then if I set, yeah. So it should be fine, except something is setting the color channel to white and replacing all of that. Okay, that's good to know. So we were right. The blend mode is fine. It's just the sprite color channel. Okay, but if we look at the raw color channel data from the movie, I can't help but notice that... Oh, does it just not tell us? It might not... Okay. I was gonna say, hey, there's no foreground or background data in here. But it appears that there is a slightly different... Okay, we're gonna have to fix the debugger command so it shows us all that stuff. Alright, well this... I mean, oh, okay. Most of the information of all this stuff is from the sprite, with the exception of the channel. So maybe it makes sense to just have a sprite method. To output all of this, rather than reinventing the wheel over and over again. And by over and over again, I mean twice. But, hey, I mean, there's... What's going on here anyway? There's like two... Okay, we've got like 2 spots in score. And 1 spot in frame. And it's clear the one on the score has... the extra stuff. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, fine. That's... Okay, and then we copy this from here. The hell is it? Okay. Oh god, alright, and that's even... Oh, I copied the wrong one. I copied the wrong one. Okay. Reverse, reverse. Oh, the thing that was throwing me was that this renders it properly, and it includes film loop frame, whereas this is just okay. Let's just, where the hell is it? Is it in debugger? It's gotta be like a limited number of places which Oh no, okay, it's okay, the one in score is technically better. God, alright. This guy. This is what I meant. Oh, I see, because this combines stuff. Okay, this one actually uses stuff from the channel. So we'd probably need to put format info on the channel, but then we could also get... I think channel also contains the IDs. So then we'd be able to like look that up as well. Okay. It's much of a muchness, really. We can put it in either spot. It's be about the same. Okay, channel, CDP. Okay, where the hell's position? Where is position coming from?
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Sando. Good to have you around. What? So I probably should have cleaned this code up, or at least deduplicated it a while ago, but it is not. So there is 3 different versions of this just scattered around. We can... Whereas with this, we should be able to just have one call for returning information about the channel, which would be good. So then, last question is, where's position? Okay, that just calls channel get position. Okay. Wanna... Okay, and that just calls sprite get position. Okay, and then it returns start point. I can do that. Oops. Oh god, these are all pointers, aren't they? Okay. So we gotta change that. cool. Alright, that should cover it. Let me go back to score. +1. Format info. Okay, and then okay, that adds an additional line break. I think that should do the trick. Where are we? Okay, so yeah, right. So the original one had a line break on the end, so we need to re-add that back in. I think we have. Okay, I've got to remove this line break. Is the key. Okay. So then position isn't used. We don't need to fetch that. Okay, and then now we can just I mean, we may as well just oh wait, okay, but that doesn't actually use the channel structure now, does it? It just uses sprites. So if we were being honest with ourselves, because like this is like a combination of channel properties and sprite properties. When in fact it could be mostly just sprite properties with some channel properties glommed on the end. And then we could fall back to like, I mean, yeah, we can have like two, you know, we could move most of this into sprite and then keep some of it in channel, and then we get like the best of both worlds. I mean, that seems legit. It would mean rearranging some of these things. Where does get width? Okay, that get width just returns the sprite width and the sprite height. But like the visible flag's an example of something which is, I believe, not part of the sprite. Yeah, that's a channel only thing. Because yeah, you can't place something on the score and then make it invisible as part of that. That state is only kept live, which means it's in the channel as opposed to the sprite. So if we were to go into sprite and then add in common string format info. Okay, so we get rid of visible because that's not part of this. We'd also have to get rid of all these sprites, but whatever, we can do that in a bit. Okay, then we would get rid of constraint. Okay, excellent. So now we can, back in here, we can simplify this even more. Oh, wait, okay, so we'll keep visible. Then ditch everything up to constraint. And ditch puppet. And movable. Okay, good. And then, alright, and finally we can come back into here and replace all of this. Okay, let's see if that looks better. Nice and quickly, please. Okay, that's done. Okay. New game. Skip to inside the room with the things. Okay. Now tell me about all the channels. All of the channels that are in the game. Okay. This all seems to make sense. And then I do like channel 27. Okay. Slight formatting error, but we're good. And that slight formatting error would be over here. Okay. How did score do like the special skipped? Oh my god, I got too many tabs open. Oh, I don't, yeah, whatever. We're entering the final hour of the stream, so critical thinking is on the wane. Definitely on the wane. But on the bright side, this is easier to read than it was before. So now if we go into here, go through the various machinations to pick this thing up. Okay, so here we are. We have this sprite in channel 32, which contains this foreground color and this background color. And we're currently on frame 29. And if we look at what's originally in the score on frame 29, we can see there is not anything. Which I guess would imply that there's... I mean, draw all... Next frame. Next frame. Just to be absolutely freaking sure. Okay. Channel 32. Channel 32 contains member 17 of CastLib 5. If we look at this, it has member 17 of CastLib 5. Ah, look at that. Okay, so the foreground color is in fact being persisted from somewhere else. Like, that should be... I mean, like... Yeah, puppet flag switched off. So what we have here is a state leak from one frame to another. So to put things in perspective, everything in director is here on this, like, linear timeline. And when you go from, like, one frame to the next frame, only the delta gets applied. So only, like, the changes between frames get applied. Which, normally... shouldn't be an issue. But in this case, some piece of the state has been leaking, and an earlier frame sets this to be like solid white. And that is not being changed by the delta to be copied over, which is a problem for us. Okay, that's good. At least we might actually nail this if we keep focused. Though, alright, I'm just going to quickly commit what we have before we get lost. Because this is starting to touch like various places in the engine. Okay, and then we've got this, which applies the copy mode. Git commit director. Okay, and this is just reply color mode. The original, it is unclear. The original code was trying to, what the original code was doing. Rendering pathway. What's a diplomatic way of putting this? It's unclear what the original code was doing, and the reasons why old enough. Okay. Right, so why is this piece of state leaking? Is my question. So debug flag, disable lingo exec. We know it's not a lingo problem. Debug flag, enable loading. I think loading is the one that prints out what the when the frame changes. Let's find out. Yep, okay, it does. So target frame 21. So we go from frame 263 to frame 21. Let's trace through this, shall we? So Chan. So channel 32 currently has foreground and background. So if we go BP frame 21 and we open this up, okay, then we've broken on frame 21. We look at the channels. The channels are still here. And I think this, yeah, okay, so that's broken at this frame hook. Yeah, okay, so just... Oh, no, it happened after we updated the frame data. Okay, so we're a little bit too late. So my thinking, right, is that in this update current frame, like, that's supposed to... Well, in this case, because we're jumping backwards in time, it's meant to rewind the entire stack and place... We'll just, like, provide, like, a brand new... You know, it basically, like, if you go backwards, it's meant to load frame 1, then apply the state for every single frame up to the frame that you want. And if that were truly happening, the debug output for frame 21 would look like this, which is the which is foreground 0, background 0. But that ain't happening. Foreground and background is not being erased properly. So maybe we needed, maybe it's load frame that we gotta hook. Oh, come on. Okay, get out of here. Okay, what I actually want to do is I want to be score.cvp 502. Now if I open this up, there we go. Load the current sprite information in the current frame data store. This is specifically as a delta updates. Yeah, okay, so the next frame language to load is this, and then car frame number is super high. Okay, and then current frame is just the... Okay. It's just overriding the sprites from that particular... Oh, okay, no, it's making a copy of our current channel data. That should be all fine. And then we get to load frame. Yep. And it's resetting frame D to start this. So if we look at the contents of current frame, and then we look at sprite 32, it's got those two, it's got background and forecolor set to something. So I would wager that reset is not doing its job. So what is reset doing then? What? What's this? Is that real? Engines director sprite.cpp reset. Oh. Okay. So, let me guess. This was to fix a bug in total distortion. Git log. Oh no, fix black patches in media band. It has been observed that for shapecast members, the default color is white, as there were no full color in frames data for white full color cast. This indicates how director saves more memory by omitting this. Media band wind uses several of transparent white rectangle shape to identify all click over events, which is not being embedded in the frame data. Okay, well, I think what we'll have to do is we'll fix this, because I'm more that, like, this seems to be kind of, I'd say it's a correct, it's possibly a correct observation about shapes, but definitely from a score perspective, the foreground color has to be black. There's just too much which goes a bit skew if you don't have it set to that. But I mean, but there is an example in here for media band, so maybe we'll just have to check what media band does. Because we're missing something there. Okay. So no strict. Oh wait, actually, yes, strict. I forgot strict is good. Yes. One of the things, I mean, like, I've been working on Fool's Errand, which is like a brand new engine from scratch, and my god, it's nice not to have to think about all the state or all of the weird little hacks. It's nice to just be able to write a nice clean engine from the beginning with frame limiting and an API that humans can read. It's great. I recommend it. Okay. So now if we sit in the chair. Okay. Let's fix that problem. Good. Alright, now onto the example in media band. Do I even have media band? I think I do. Director 3, meet media band. I see, okay. That's... yeah. How come so many of these are all 22? Is it because there's a film loop? Yeah, like we've got like cast ID member 22, cast ID member... Oh no, because it's a... because it is a colored rectangle. So if you do like cast 22... Cast ID 22, colored rectangle, okay. But I mean, like, all of... okay. And then what blend mode are all of these rectangles using? Okay, they're using ink 36, which would be... I think the transparent one. Yeah, rings a bell. Oh, also we can just use ink type to string. That would be like a nice thing to have in our debug feature. Oh, what did I do? How did I screw that up? Oh, I added in types.h. Okay. Yeah, much better. Okay, so it uses background trans. And the cast 22. I see. Okay, so it uses background trans. The cast was it fore color and back color are both white. And then so we should be able to replicate this here then. So if we open up our previous movie. Okay, so we're gonna have a brand new shade. Actually, no, I should be doing this in this director, shouldn't I? Okay, so new shape using the white color, and then ink is set to background transparent. Ah. Oh, okay, no. So like all of the, okay, all of these. Oh yeah, also I should format these so that it only does like 4 digits if it's 32-bit mode. We can do that. Whatever. That's fine. But yeah, okay. The default is white and then black, and then which frame is this? This is frame 67. Chan 67. Okay, and if we look at this, then yeah, it's still that. Like, it looked like it was fine for the first run through, and then, like, it was just when we rewound that everything kind of went to crap. Yeah, so this frame looked okay. Frame 1. So we have a bunch of member cast 20. Okay, so cast member 20 is a shape which contains a foreground color and a background color. Is it the visibility? I mean, don't know what to tell you, they're all visible. Oh, not all visible, some visible. Okay, frame 3 is kind of where we get everything gets slimed. Okay. I'm guessing that's when I mean, a lot of them are still just visible 0, visible 0. But others are very visible. Okay, Mr. W says kind of looks like the incomplete sun map from Fool's Errand. I mean, that's just a grid, isn't it? Grid with a bunch of stuff on it. This though, what the hell is this meant to mean? Alright, I suppose what we could do, we can games director 4 media band. Run media Scott Immediate band. Main. Intro.dxr. Alright, Director 6, I got a job for you. It involves reading this horribly old Director 4 file so that we might get more insight. You don't need to know what that movie is. It's fine. Ha. Ain't that interesting. So I'm almost of the mind of thinking that the way we were rendering it in the first one was wrong. And that I mean, this what's it called? Oh, I wish I could resize these a bit more. Okay, they're all just hotspots. And like in this case, cast properties. Oh, and okay, I was yeah, all right. For some reason, I thought it was okay. Cast member properties. So it is a white rectangle, and it is being blended with the white and white mix. So that's really weird. Okay. Maybe the original code was right. Maybe the absence of a background of a foreground color is equal to 1. But then if that's the case, where is it being? We must be then we must be missing it going in. Then we must be missing some frame which has it defined. I mean, okay, I can understand it being 0, like because if it's white, then it's 0, and then that's easy to recognize as. Yeah, okay. I take back what I said about this definitely being black. Yeah, this has got me thinking now. Oh my god. Alright. So okay, well then the flip side of that is, why is that not being set to the color black then? Which it should be, because we have I didn't mean to do that. Because, okay, I've got to... Let's fix that again. Ink type to stir. Alright, how long we got left? We got 30 minutes. We can still turn this around in 30 minutes. So we'll make sure the media band is now working, because we've reverted that chain. We're retaining the change to make 0, 0 the default. Okay, well... Where's all the cool stuff on the screen? Why are we still... I don't know. Okay. Sort of shows up when you highlight over it. Fair enough. Okay, it's just gonna whinge that it doesn't have the script. That's okay. I'm not rattled. So that's back to where we were. Incarnatia, on the other hand. We gotta go. So I think we gotta go. Let's go pick up the organizer. Go to that screen just before we cut over to the other one, and then measure exactly what goes on. Because perhaps, I don't know, maybe... Yeah, you know what? I got nothing. I don't know what's meant to be in the... I don't know what's meant to be in the empty channel by default. I guess we just turn the loading... the frame loading code debug methods all the way up. Let's see what we've got. Gimme. Oh my god. Help me out here. Okay, so now if we were to go into load frame, debug flag, enable loading, debug level 7. Okay, and then just give me everything you got. Frame request strike 20, current pos 672. Okay, so I've got lots of stuff about this. Anything about our friend Sprite32? There is, okay. Field 20. So I got read sprite D5, read sprite data D5. Okay, and then so 20 is the okay, then we've got field position. Okay, does field position tell us what we need? Like, what I want to know is I want to know what fields in the sprite are being written to by all this jib-jab. And mostly, okay, it mostly looks like field 20. And I kind of want to know if it's this. And okay, and there's nothing about 10 and 11? Do 10 and 11 ever show up? Oh no, 10, okay, 10 shows up here for sprite 46. Okay, there's all this mention of like loading target frame. Okay. Okay, it doesn't touch the color component at all, which is, I suppose, understandable. I wish it would tell me like which frame it was operating on. That would be crazy useful. Okay. Load frame singular. Okay, do we have... Okay, so read one frame doesn't really have any... doesn't really have any reference to like what frame we currently have. I mean, we could pretty much do the, like, get this working by using current frame number instead of source frame. Okay, that should at least update those messages to be good. Oh, I may regret this. That's okay. It's just gonna debug, like, it's just gonna print out every goddamn thing about loading the movies from the disc. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, see, it was fine. New game. Here it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, so pick up the organizer. Okay, B load frame. So if I were to reset and clear. Okay. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 19. Oh, yep. It's +1. That's fine. Okay, but then in all of this, so like in all of these cases, the only field that gets changed on sprite 32 is field number 20. I wonder. Maybe this is something they changed in Director 5. Maybe this is something they changed in Director 5. In fact, I mean, we could do this with a test movie. Say that we had a test movie which had a rectangle with both color channels set to white, and we put it in frame 2, and then we looked at it under the microscope. Okay, so get rid of this. Don't save. So rectangles, both channels are white. I'm going to put it in frame 2. And we call this empty spur. Seven debug flags loading. Okay, so frame 1 should have nothing in it. Frame 2 should have a cast ID and nothing else in it. Okay. Let's have a look. Frame 1 requested. Frame 2 request. Current pose 16. Source frame 1 to destination front. Current offset. Okay, yep. So we have field 0 and field 4, which correspond to what exactly? Read sprite data D4. Okay, that's the script ID and the puppet / thickness flag. Okay, all reasonable. That's frame 1. Then it loads frame. We load frame 2. Oh wait, did I? Yeah, I put it in frame 2. What is... okay. Source frame 0 to destination frame 1. Source frame 1 to destination 2. Current offset to loading target frame 2. Oh, did I not rebuild it? Okay, that was confusing. So everything, I was like, why is everything still, like, is that, because yeah, like, I was wondering, like, why is the sprite data in frame 1? There's no sprite there. But, okay, we have, okay, so we have, yeah, we have confirmation that frame 2 contains that, and there's nothing in the color. Whereas if I were to change this to black, then that would start showing up as a change. And then all we need to do is exactly the same thing, but in Director 5, and see if they've changed what the default is. Because maybe it is they just didn't initialize that channel in D4, but they changed their mind about it later. Okay. Yeah, so in this one, okay, in the second one, the size is 12. And in this one, wait, what? Field 4. Did I save it? Did I save and compact? Oh wait, no, I didn't change the actual channel. Save and compact. Okay, and then, yep, as expected, this now covers from field 0 to 16, which contains the color in it. Okay, so that would be everything up until, yeah, okay, that includes the background color and the foreground color, which are in here. Okay. Very good. So, get out of here, get into Director 5. I'm going to open up that same movie and then save it again in Director 5 format. Save as save compact. I am low-key excited if we can fix this, because there are quite a lot of cases I can think of in 32-bit games especially, which had this weird kind of white halo effect going on. Alright, here we go. So in this one, frame 2 sets field 0, 10, and 22. What was the length? It was like 6, then 10, okay. 6 at 0, 10 at 10, and 2 at 22. So the first 6 does not include the color. Okay, 10 does include the color. And then 22, okay. Whereas if I were to go into here and then make this white, save and compact. Huh, okay. We have 6 at 0. Okay, then it's skipping 12. It's skipping 10. Yeah, okay, so I guess white is still the default for Director 5. Oh well. It would have been nice if that was the solution, but it was not. So it's gonna be something more esoteric, I fear. Like, I don't know. I'm still confused because if that were the case, why when we looked at it, when we queried the channels directly, why did it say that there was no color? There's some kind of mismatch going on there. The other more straightforward way, well, I say straightforward, but it would be like, there's a degree of complexity, would be to beat up, decompile the original and beat it up enough so that it opens in the original editor, which is kind of, I don't know. There's a bunch of problems with doing, well, yeah, as we saw, it'll just crash. If too many bad things happen, it'll crash. So you have to kind of placate it as much as possible. You have to convert all the cast libraries. You ideally have to tell it where all the movies are. It's doable, but it's also slightly annoying. So, but I don't know. It might shed a bit more light onto it. So I might end up doing that. But once again, I apologize for saying that the original code was like, oh, that can't be right. No, it was right. It was right in D4 and D5. Yeah. Anyway, it's the end of the stream. It's far too late in the evening. We got some stuff done. What did we get done? We got we fixed rollover. That's apparently been broken forever. Fixed a couple of crashes, fixed the quirks, fixed the callback mechanism for the QTVR. That's probably going to fix some other stuff so that you can call built-in. Made the rendering for the ink in 32-bit mode slightly better. Yeah, loads of little things. Anyway, yeah. I do like this game. I do actually want to kind of get further into it. Maybe I'll see if I can, before the next stream, get some kind of better on-screen display for the translation, because I get the feeling that's going to be kind of quite important. But yeah, we'll see what we do in the interim time. But for now, we're gonna pick someone to raid. Who is online right now? Right now on twitch.tv. Okay. Excuse me. Ooh. Yeah, alright, Mac is playing Mech Warrior 2, so let's join that. Okay, I'm gonna ship you off to there. We'll be streaming once again on Tuesday, doing more Fool's Errand. As I said before, I'm having a lovely time. It's very, very passive, very, don't have to think too much about it. Almost like, I'm not gonna say quite polar opposite to Director, but it's so much less stress. So we'll be doing that. Yep. It's late. I am running out of things to say. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'm gonna see you next time. Goodbye.